right.
Well, we want to be accurate.
Okay.
Area S4.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles south of Area 51.
Okay. You worked in how would you describe it?
All right, guys, we're listening to Joe Rogan today.
Within the Area 51 compound. You can call that a subsidiary.
And you got that job. Before that, you were working...
Before that, I had worked at Los Alamos.
Right.
National Labs.
And you were involved in what kind of work?
Nuclear weapon development, physics. I mean, they do everything there.
So how do they approach you to say, hey, Bob, why don't you come on out to the Nevada desert?
Well, the way this went down was, at that time, it was 1982, I put a jet engine in my Honda, and Los Alamos put it on the front page of the paper. So, Los Alamos man, physicist at the lab, built this 200-mile-an-hour Honda jet car that I drove to work every day. So I was known in Los Alamos.
I need to go to clean the room or something. You don't want to get to the bed and everything out. All this shitty stuff out.
The day
and
that came out on the
I don't know how to do the bed.
Everybody
Everybody to
Edward Teller
put it in the street, and I don't know anybody taking the trash because that's nasty. And another thing was hoping that plumbing guy comes tomorrow. I need him to keep things in order.
I went down there early, and Ed Teller was outside, leaning on a brick wall there, and reading the front page of the paper. Now, this is a guy out of history, so I introduced myself. Hey, I'm the guy you're reading about there. And we talked for a little while, and it was cool. Fast forward to years later, I had moved out to Las Vegas, and had, left Los Alamos, and went on to other things, and I wanted to get back into the scientific community. I left to start other businesses, and that sort of thing. So I sent resumes out, and one of them went out to Ed Teller and referenced our meeting.
I say, when you go in the house alone, to do the right things, okay, to read the word, to sit down, quiet time, not here, read something, bola, get something benefit to you. It will wash the sin away. It's anybody, bola. I read myself, but don't do that. We're not following anything. At the end, the thought get mad or angry. It doesn't need to. Umba knows that Umba has some kind of situation going on. Don't need to ask me to calm the gas down. So doesn't need to stare at me. Don't stare at me like that. So can say something. So can put some freaking smile, bola. It's better than looking at. Don't do that, bola. Okay? I don't do that to you. I'm trying to tell you, this is don't need to manage. That's what life is. All things is managing to get the best out of it. When you read the Bible, it is not to reading to whatever. No, it is to. This brother explained. So Daniel is the one who said. He said that he need to spend time with you.
I'm streaming.
What?
I'm streaming.
What to streaming? So putting together. What are you doing here? So recording things?
Yes.
Why to doing then to put the camera and everything?
Well, the camera is pointed down.
So what are you doing? Streaming voices?
So you had known about it from...
Yeah, I guess.
Those are not healthy things
No,
to
they didn't say
do.
anything about Area 51.
Okay, so
They just said it was in a remote location, and you just know it was up at the test site.
Right.
So, but there was no mention of it.
So they've done hundreds of nuclear tests in Nevada, the whole areas. There's giant chunks of Nevada.
Yeah, there's a big piece of Nevada, and it's split up into different areas. There's a nuclear test site. There's Area 51. There's the Tonopah test range north of that. There's little sub-areas.
Who is doing that kind of stuff?
Weapons and things like
People
that.
who want to earn money.
Who is earning money, Bola?
So take me back to first day.
I'm supposed to earn money.
Don't are earning money, Bola.
Yeah.
This is not good things you're doing. Don't need to stay away from this kind of stuff.
The first day, I didn't really get to see a whole lot. The first day was essentially just paperwork. That's when I flew into Area 51
Don't
proper.
sell yourself out.
And I left McCarran Airport and flew what they call the Janet flights. Just, passenger plane from Las Vegas to Area 51. And It was really just going through mountain of paperwork that day, from security clearances to God, it was like 2 or 3 hours of just solid paperwork, and that was really an uneventful first day.
When did things get weird? When did you realize? Like, at what point in time did you say, "Hey, this is not normal work. Like, this doesn't even seem like it's from its plan"?
That I can't tell you what day that occurred on because so much time has gone by. The days have kind of fused into one, and I can't separate the days.
Was it a slow burn? Was there a long
Well, the first inkling I had was there's this facility prize item, and they're not doing anything but taking out the atmosphere of the life of the they just play with this thing right under the test. But they were doing some radical moves with it. And since I had the test flight schedule, statistically, the amount of traffic surrounding areas at the time was the lowest on Wednesdays, and that's what Dennis told us. All the test flights were on that because the police chance of them not seeing it.
And this was before the company had expanded and forbidden territory.
So far, 283, 3 homers.
Yeah, I think that
Up stand in with a fastball, and he leans back out of the way. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, Sal's definitely got that youthful exuberance going for him.
Yeah, he's at his best when the pressure is the greatest. When you've got runners on base, that seems to be when he really rises to the occasion and locks it in.
Fastball down and in, 2 balls and a strike on Stewart. Emilio Pagan is loosening alongside Sam Maul in the Reds bullpen. 2-1. Line drive down the line. Fair ball. That's headed into the corner. Extra bases for Stewart. He will coast around first and go cruising into second with a 2-out double ahead of Tyler Stevenson.
What makes Sal so dangerous is that when you've got runners in scoring position, he's looking to hit the ball to right center field. With nobody on, he's looking to take you deep. He's trying to get a point with one swing of the bat, and that's when he's in that pull mode. You hang a slider right there, you're lucky you didn't hit it out.
So he's at second now with 2 outs. See if Tyler Stevenson can come up with a big 2-out knock right here. Stanek ready. Here he comes. Strike 1.
But that's also what makes Sal tough to get out for opponents, because you don't really know, okay, is this the at-bat that he's hitting to right center? Is this the bat that he's pulling? So it gives him a little bit of advantage.
0-1 on Stevenson. In the dirt inside, nice block by Crooks.
There's some hitters that come to the plate, they hit the same exact way, swinging the same exact spot every time. You can read them like a book. It's just a matter of execution at that point.
1 ball, 1 strike on Stevenson. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs. Reds are down 2-1 in the 8th, and Stanek's over the 1-1 pitch. Up and in with a fastball, 99 again. Stanek running it up there close to triple digits. He's no spring chicken now. He's 35 years old, is Stanek. Born in St. Louis, pitching for his hometown team.
Just took him a little while to get loose.
Strike.
A couple months.
Strike on the outside corner of the fastball again, 99, 2-2.
You'll get there one day. You know, afternoon, 1 o'clock, that's when you'll be feeling your best. Roll out at sack at 6 a.m. The phones are creaking. Takes them a couple of months to get that fastball going again.
2-2 on Stevenson. Stanek throws. And he misses low with a split. Full count, 3-2. Yesterday, Stevenson hit a pinch hit home run. Only the second Red ever to hit a pinch hit home run on his birthday. Stevenson turned 30 yesterday. He's 30. Where'd the time go?
I'm here with you.
Probably saying the same thing, too.
Oh, we drafted him.
Right. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Got a chance for a big hit right here. This could change the whole dynamic of the afternoon.
Runner at second with 2 away. Here's Stanek's 3-2 pitch to Tyler Stevenson. Swinging a soft tapper to the right side. Stanek has it. He'll have to take it himself. The bag he does for the out. And the inning is over. So Stewart's 2-out double. Comes up stranded at second. 2-1. We head to the 9th on the Reds Radio Network.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacies, same old bills, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Feel the savings ring on road in. Cool as can be. Yes, good RX. Savings massive.
Milk plans don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Mall's chili. Make one little laugh, 'cause all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Are you having trouble with your air conditioning or heating? Don't stress. Instead, call Logan Services. Right now, get a service call or maintenance visit for just $79. We service all brands and offer upfront pricing, no pressure repairs, and the fast, friendly service you've come to expect. Schedule your appointment now and get comfortable. We work in your neighborhood and we make home comfort easy. Logan Services.
Okay, people, we all know what's at stake in this game. Zoe, what's at stake?
Our futures.
Our futures. And is anything going to keep us from achieving our goal?
No way.
Because what do we have?
The players.
Ohio's 529 plan. Because in this family, how do we play the college savings game?
Tax-free.
And where do we play it?
I don't know, Daddy.
That's okay, Pumpkin.
Enter to win a $10,000 college savings award at collegeadvantage.com/red.
Hey Cincinnati, Barry Larkin here. Buy your next car at Columbia Chevrolet. I did and I love it. You will not strike out with an opportunity like this. Hit a home run and buy better at Columbia Chevrolet.
Reds have gone back to the bullpen for another Reds Wolvers mustard pitching change. This time it's Sam Maul that has been summoned from the pen. It would have been Pagan had the Reds tied or took the lead, but the Reds stranded the tying run in scoring position down at second. So it is Sam Maul taking over on the Great American Ballpark mound, 1-7, and 57 appearances with a 4.66 ERA. 28 walks for Sam Maul over 48 innings as he deals here with J.J. Weatherholt. Left-handed batter, Weatherholt. 9-1-2 for the Cardinals in the ninth inning with the Reds trailing at 2-1. Changes defensively for the Reds. Ball's first pitch to Weatherholt is in too tight, almost hit it, ball one. A.J. Bleday stays in the game out in left field, moving from left to first. Michael Tolia and Sal Stewart goes from first base to the other corner at third. 1-0 on Weatherholt. Here's Maul with the 1-0 pitch. Swing a weak bouncer up the first base line to Tolia. He'll scoop it, step on the bag, all at once for the out. One down. Now back to the top of the order, here's Joshua Baez. Baez is 0 for 3 today after going 0 for 5 yesterday and punching out 3 times. In his Major League debut, he homered in his first 3 Major League at-bats. First player in big league history to do that. Came in as the Cardinals' number 2 prospect the time he was promoted. Here's the pitch to Baez. In there for a called strike. He's always been kind of a big power bat, but has been very strikeout prone, which isn't uncommon really for guys that are amateur power bats to pitch. Down and away for ball 1. Swing hard in case you hit it.
That's right. A lot of times those guys will end up getting exposed more and more as they climb the ladder. The thing that impressed us about Baez, the pitch, look out, pull it off the front of the third base dugout. When you go back and look at the home runs that he hit in that debut on Saturday, he hit 1 home run to each field, left, center, and right.
Yeah, he hit 3 different pitches. He had a fastball in the first one. He had a changeup on the second one that he pulled out, and then a slider that he hit to right field on the third home run.
That's pretty impressive for your first 3 Major League at-bats.
They were all out over the plate.
Right. 1-2 on Baez. Ball fires. The 1-2 pitch is down too low.
You can look at a hitter and you see where those hands are. They are way up above the helmet. The barrel of the bat is pointing back towards the pitcher. The only ball he's going to get to is the ball that's out over the plate. The ball that's in and with some velocity, forget about it.
2-2. Strike 3. Throws him over the inside corner of the knees.
Can't swing at it.
2 down here in the 9th inning, and now Ivan Herrera. Make sure you stay tuned after the game. You'll have the Toyota Tundra Star of the Game, scores, highlights, whole post-game show coming your way once we're done here with Game 1. Game 2, 6:40, airtime 6:10. Louder against Andre Palante. Pitch, swinging and a minute, strike 1 on a breaking ball. 0-1 on Ivan Herrera. Herrera is 0 for 1 today. He's up for the 5th time, but he has walked 3 times in this game. He scored a run back in the first inning. Wind picking up a little bit out to left. Here's Malls, 0-1 pitch, and a stripe in the outside corner. Some dark gray clouds starting to make their way overhead. Herrera wants to challenge that. There's a line of storms moving in.
Well, if we play this thing right, the storms will be in between the 2 balls.
That would be ideal. Ball is in fact overturned. It was outside by over 1.5 inches. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of course, if it hits during the game, that could be meaning that the Reds rallied. 1-1. And the pitch is too high for a ball to Herrera. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Ivan Herrera.
Well, it will be the former Red, Riley O'Brien, that will be closing for the Cardinals.
He's not been without fault this year. 2-1. Strike. Good pitch there from Sam Ball. Good breaking ball. Back toward the right-handed hitting Herrera. You can't help but see a pitch like that and go, you could do that more consistently. But that's been the key. The inconsistency is what has plagued Sam Ball this year. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's looked good to the first 2 batters, trying to put away Herrera and retire the side in order in the 9th. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Foul into the seats way down the right field line. Still a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Speaking of scores around the league, they're brought to you by Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Let the good times cruise. It'll have all the scores once we're done. This is the only game in action right now across the big leagues. Everything else is later tonight. The 2-2 pitch to Herrera. Swing a weak bouncer down the third base line, but it'll go foul. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Marlins and Phillies involved in that wild card battle. They play tonight in Philadelphia at 6:40. Diamondbacks are in Boston. 7:10 tonight. Mets host the Padres. Rockies and Dodgers are playing in Colorado. Cubs and White Sox are on the north side tonight. 2-2 on Herrera. Here's Malls, 2-2 pitch. Swing the foul back, still 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Reds have kind of sent the Pirates into a tailspin. They just have not recovered after the Reds took care of the Pirates here at Great American Ballpark. 2-2 on Herrera. Already's at the belt, the 2-2 pitch. And that's over but low. Now the count fills up. 3 balls, 2 strikes. This is quickly turning into a lengthy at-bat. Ball ready at the belt. Here's his payoff. Swung on, and it's hit high into the air toward the left field corner. Bleday giving chase near the line. He's got it. So Ball does work a 1-2-3 ninth. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Last chance for the Reds. Coming up, it'll be Suarez, Myers, and Tolia, with the Cardinals leading 2-1 on the Reds Radio Network.
Baseball is a hometown tradition, and so is Topics Distributing. For generations, we've supplied the Cincinnati tri-state area's convenience, liquor, and corner stores with the products fans count on. From peanuts and popcorn to the latest trends, like even a refreshing non-alcoholic cocktail, Topics delivers what's now and what's next. We're proud to be the hometown team behind your local store. Big enough to deliver and local enough to care. Learn more at Topics.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with loaner tools. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for loaner tool. Restrictions apply.
This month at AE Door and Window, get up to 15% off Provia entry doors and select Clopay garage doors. Up to 20% off Pella and Provia windows and up to $150 off LiftMaster openers. Plus 0 down, 0 interest for 2 years. Study up on these back-to-school savings at aedoorsales.com.
This is your severe weather station. News Radio 700 WLW.
Right-hander Riley O'Brien comes on. He is the Cardinals' closer. This will be his 51st appearance. Looking for his 31st save on the year. 3-4 with a 3.08 ERA.
Nathan Church enters the game out in center field. Moving from center to left field is Everson Pereira. Pitches a strike to Eugenio Suarez to begin the Reds' 9th inning. 0-1.
Oh!
0 for 3 today. Reds are down 2-1 in the 9th. Here's the 0-1. Swinging a bouncer foul, third base side. Reds have been really good lately in these one-run games, but on the wrong side of this one at the moment. And running out of outs quickly.
Well, the Reds have the perfect opportunity, a close game, and get into the Cardinal bullpen early. They just haven't done anything with it.
Here's O'Brien's 0-2 pitch. Swinging and a miss. Got him a breaking ball down and away. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by Authority of the Cincinnati Reds and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Reds. Copyright reminder is provided by Dinsmore, the official legal counsel of the Reds. O'Brien hasn't allowed a run in his last 9 innings. That's a 9-game stretch for him. He's only given up 1 hit. He's walked some batters, in fact 5 over that stretch of 9 appearances, which is a little high over 9 innings, especially for a high leverage, close game pitcher.
Shut the fuck up.
It's also not a great place to be.
Myers hit. The single leading off the Reds rally in the second. Came up empty. I say rally. They loaded the bases.
What are you doing here?
In the 4th inning, Ryan scored his last time up to take the change up low.
I'm in the walls, bro.
And it's a 2-ball.
I'm in your walls. I'm in your walls. I'm in your walls.
Still looking at some blue sky overhead, but dark, angry clouds quickly moving in from behind us. 2-0 on Myers. O'Brien's 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball strike on the inside corner.
What? Vindicate. Fuck you there.
Riley O'Brien sets ready and deals the 2-1. Myers swings, chops it up the third base line foul. 2-2.
Yo, we could be anywhere. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh shit, you things are moving? Oh, okay, I see what you do. Both of your movement is so similar that, like, you just keep doing the same thing and hitting each other, and it's just not hurt at all. I'm watching it happen live. I'm not... Hammy streaming is perspective.
We're going to get expelled.
It's really entertaining. I haven't played Halo in so long, so it's so good.
Riley O'Brien hands together at the belt.
Nico.
Swinging again, Myers fouls it away. As long as that, in fact, 11 pitches that led to the home run for Myers back in the 4th. This at bat has gone 6 pitches.
Oh, I felt that.
O'Brien comes
It's
back.
not all right.
Here is the 2-2 pitch to Myers.
Yeah.
He just started moving up again. Somehow.
I quit. He's rough, though. He's rough. We keep dying in the exact same spot. And yeah, you guys keep doing the same movement pattern and just beating each other. I'm trying to look at where the fuck this guy is. I've barely seen this guy. Because you see that, and then every time you're going somewhere, he's just running to the same exact place. Honestly, Nico, because I'm trying to fucking track this guy down. Dude, he's tracking you down at the same time, so you're just chasing each other.
Struck out 14 times in this game.
Fair play. That was really good.
Up to Michael Tolio.
If we can play that game, we'll play it last time. You want to see what they guys? Yeah, we'll see if it's there now. That was fun, I like that. It was good. Still committed, bro. All I want is to win. You're the only one doing your team with some shit. Oh my god, this rainforest now. I don't know. Excuse me, Steve, you're gonna have to like do not watch this. Halo is so fucking long. This is like giving me nostalgia so hard. It's like watching my friend play single player. What the fuck? I just spawned in. I'm watching Hammy and Halo. We're on the opposite team. No.
This game reached a hit by pitch and a walk. They both scored on the down throw to
I'll catch you later. The teams are so uneven. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Ryan is struck out the first two. Now he's trying to punch out the side to end the game.
Who can rejoin on the same team? I don't think it works that way. You slide out of bounds the room.
Here's O'Brien.
See if I can join you, man. Yeah, dude, that's smart. Am I appearing online? Yeah. No, I can't. Yeah, maybe. Fuck me. I'll shoot you an invite. Or the join game. No.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your
fucking
grocery
bullshit
shopping.
time.
We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites. Carefully pack everything up
Okay, it says I'm joining. As rejoin, see, join the same team and get a free show.
Fresh groceries your way.
Yeah.
With Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20
Wait, you leaving? No, I'm not leaving. How did you make it overboarded? That was a big close of it. I'm writing it wrong. Oh, you want to do like what? Yeah, okay. I thought you meant like you're gonna quit the game. I can't understand what you're saying. You gotta reinvite. I just quit again. I'm killing a tag. You know what? Whatever. I literally thought, because sometimes people say Casper on the flip side, and they're like, okay, they're calling it. What the hell is Call of Duty Warzone? Call of Duty, what the hell? Oh my god, what the hell is Call of Duty Warzone? Were you alive in the early 2000s? Were you alive in the year 2020? Guys, you didn't grow with 2007. Guys, you didn't grow with the internet, bro. I played this game with the internet when I was 16. Damn. Alright, dude, I'm only 2020. I played my first online game in 2021. Yeah. I played my first offline game because the demon told me, bro. No, I literally just, I can't, I'm gonna die instantly. I think it's fine. It's just being a 3D print. It's glitch. Like, dude, you I just got again because it's glitch. So just died 5 times in a row from like instant death spawn. I'm almost done, Miko. Hold on. Yeah, so
Until I have people talking to me regularly, I'm just gonna sound fucking kill you.
Instead of this.
Again today, unfortunately, this time the Reds unable to claim victory. 2-1 Cardinals away. Winning pitcher
I'm just gonna fucking kill you.
Bullpen for St. Louis is Luis Castillo.
I'm just gonna fucking kill you.
He's now 3-2. Losing pitcher Kent Emmanuel for Riley O'Brien, which is 31st save of the year. 2 hours 40 minutes to play, 20,434. Looking on this afternoon here at Great American Ballpark as the Cardinals beat the Reds to take the series opener 2-1, the final score. Series continues. Coming up in a couple hours. We'll have more on that after this on the Reds Radio Network.
Reds fans, ludicrous is coming to Great American Ballpark on Friday, September 4th as a part of the Ohio Lottery post-game concert series. Root on the Reds as they take on the Brewers and enjoy a live set from Ludacris after the game. Plus, you can upgrade your access to a big field pass for an up-close view of Ludacris. For tickets and more information, visit reds.com/concert.
Join us for the Cincinnati Children's Walk for Kids, a fun, family-friendly event on Sunday, August 23rd. Our caring community of supporters is what makes Cincinnati Children's life-changing and life-saving work possible. Whether you're walking, strolling, or rolling, you're making an impact for the kids and families counting on us. Register today at CincyWalkForKids.org/Reds. That's Cincy with a Y, walkforkids.org/Reds.
As a family-owned company and a top workplace in the region, JTM Food Group has been pioneering kettle-crafted culinary solutions for years. From tantalizing dips to mouth-watering sauces and more, we lead the pack in delivering high-quality, on-trend items to the entire food service industry. But it's not just about the food. It's about our commitment to doing things the JTM way, with passion, integrity, and a dedication to God and His people. Make the difference today and learn more at JTMFoodGroup.com. JTM, let's create great dishes together. 700 WLW.
Cardinals over the Reds here at Great American Ballpark. This game ended the way it started. Cardinals starter Quinn Matthews struck out the side to open the ball game for St. Louis, and Riley O'Brien struck out the side to end it as the Cardinals win it 2-1. This is game one of today's double dip. We've got game two coming your way in a couple of hours. It'll be a 6:40 start, an hour and 12 minutes to be exact, or 2 hours and 12 minutes to be exact. In game two, Brett Lauder will start for the Reds. The right-hander's 4-8 with a 5.15 ERA. Right-hander Andre Palante starting for the Cardinals. 12-6 with a 3.46 ERA. 6:40 first pitch. We're on the air at 6:10 with the Reds pregame show across the network. That's all we have for you for now. But stick around. You've got plenty more coming up on the Reds postgame show next. For the Cowboys, Jeff Brantley, our producer-engineer, Dave Getting Armbruster, our studio producers, back in our Elkbrook headquarters, Austin Elmore and Drew Westerheit. I'm Tommy Trella saying so long for now from Great American Ballpark, and talk to you again shortly right here on the Reds Radio Network.
You've been listening to Cincinnati Reds Baseball. Reds Baseball is brought to you by AAA. At home or on the road, we've got you covered. Kroger, fresh for everyone. JTM Food Group. Let's create great dishes together. JTM. PNC, the official bank of the Cincinnati Reds. Cincinnati Children's, changing the outcome together. Western and Southern Financial Group, life insurance, retirement, and investments. Reds Baseball is also brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions, the official pest control partner of the Reds. Choose one of Wendy's and by your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Oh, this ball is hammered. I mean, way back there.
This is the Reds Radio Network. Keep your summer fun going in a rugged new Toyota truck like the best-selling Tacoma. Now through August 31st, during Toyota's national sales event, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 26 Tacoma, plus up to $1,000 APR cash on Tacoma hybrids. Excludes TRD Pro and Trailhunter. APR cash must be applied to deal, or take advantage of a customized lease just for you. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Reds fans, Ludacris is coming to Great American Ballpark on Friday, September 4th as a part of the Ohio Lottery post-game concert series. Root on the Reds as they take on the Brewers and enjoy a live set from Ludacris after the game. Plus, you can upgrade your access to a big field pass for an up-close view of Ludacris. For tickets and more information, visit reds.com/concert.
That's you trying to fix the plumbing yourself to save a few bucks. Doing things yourself doesn't always end well. The same goes for insurance. That's why Auto Owners works with local independent agents who tailor coverage to meet your needs and offer discounts for life, home, car, and business insurance. Because sometimes you need a professional to get the job done right. That's simple human sense. Ask Treehouse Insurance Group in Cincinnati if Auto Owners makes sense for you. City Dash, the official courier of the Cincinnati Reds, is the leader for same-day regional courier and freight services. Desk to desk, dock to dock, or city to city. City Dash is your delivery solution. For more information, visit citydash.com today. It's now time for the Cincinnati Children's Postgame Show. Reds Baseball is brought to you in part by Bar S Foods. Quality meats that are just right. From hot dogs and sausage to deli meats and more. Bar S is just right. Your Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Choose one of Wendy's new Mickey deals. For a pretty
Why don't you use your brain? So where you wouldn't be a peon for the rest of your fucking life.
Accounting, business advisory, and technology firms. Cincinnati Children's. Changing the outcome together. KTM Food Group. Let's create great dishes together. KTM, the post-game show, is also brought to you by Rose Pet Solutions, the official pest control partner of the Reds. PNC, the official bank of the Cincinnati Reds. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
He's waiting with the high, deep fly ball, right field, Castro back, at the wall, gone! That's a huge two-run home run for Tyler Stevenson. The Reds are on the radio.
This is the Reds Radio Network.
And we're back at Great American Ballpark, where the St. Louis Cardinals scored twice in the top of the first, then held on to beat the Reds in Game 1 of the split doubleheader today. Final score 2-1. And this is Cincinnati Children's postgame show. I'm Dave Armbruster. Lefty Ken Emanuel, who was pitching in Indy Ball 2 weeks ago, was called up earlier today. He started for Cincinnati. He hit the first batter of the game, then walked the second batter 1 out later. Alec Burleson doubled to right, scoring both runners. Emmanuel ended up going 5 innings, allowing just those 2 runs. 3 relievers shut the Cardinals out over the final 4 innings of this game on just 2 base hits. And as Tommy's mentioned, the Cardinals just 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position, but it was enough. Cincinnati's only run came on a Dane Myers leadoff home run in the bottom of the 4th. And the Reds offense had a total of just 3 hits this afternoon. They did leave the bases loaded in the second inning, and Sal Stewart was stranded after he doubled with 2 outs in the 8th. Cincinnati batters, by the way, struck out 15 times this afternoon. Coming up, we'll check scores around Major League Baseball, highlights from this game, but up first, we check back in with Tommy and the Cowboys. You're listening to the Cincinnati Children's postgame show on the Reds Radio Network.
You know, there are a few things in life you can always count on. Sunsets, potholes, train strokes in your way when you're running late. And of course, AAA's never-ending reliable roadside assistance. Because for over 100 years, we're always close and we never close. From tows, jumps, or just smoothing out those bumps in the road, we provide 24/7 service so you can have 24/7 peace of mind. AAA, proud partner of the Cincinnati Reds. Be better prepared for life's curveballs.
Hot dogs! Get your bar-ass hot dogs here! Fresh off the grill, Worcester, ketchup, relish. Don't make your Diego Douglas.
Nothing goes with baseball like a hot dog. And nothing goes on your bun like Bar S. America's #1 selling hot dog. And the official 3-2-1 hot dog of the Cincinnati Reds.
So you are essentially your
I just fucking kill you.
crafts and do they give you threats? Tell you
I just fucking kill you.
Well, I mean, the way it ended was I told George all this stuff, and he said, well, let's just get it on tape. Should something happen, at least we'd have a record of it. And at some point, George wanted to air it, and he said,
I just fucking kill you.
Make a call on it, and look, at any point you change your mind, we'll came down to the day where George wants to put it on 5 o'clock news. So this is important stuff. People know about it. And I thought it was too. I thought it's kind of a crime. I know you got to keep the technology secret, but you can't tell everybody that this stuff is going on. That we have, actually the hardware for the civilization. It's a big, probably the biggest one we've ever had. And George said, today's the day we got to put it on the news or something to that effect. And it came right down to the time that Eric changed his record and said, we're not doing it. And that's what turned into a famous wrestling match between me and George trying to get the tape, but he was a bigger guy.
So you actually physically wrestling?
Well, I think it was more of a pulling match. I don't think we ever hit the ground, but he got the tape, put it in the player, and boom, 5 o'clock news. I got a call after that. It was from
I just don't know why.
Do you have any idea what the last one you
That is on live.
After that, a lot of people I've known either were audited by the IRS, people that anybody I know that had clearances that worked in secure programs had the clearances pulled. One of mine that Jeremy knows. He was working up at the Tonopah test range, waiting for his clearance to come through. They pulled that. It became, it's like if they can't get the person that's involved, they just create a problem for everybody that's around. And so, I mean, the way it turns out, it hurt a lot of people's lives that I was connected to. And that's an effective way of shutting something up.
Did you feel that by coming forward and going public, you couldn't just snap it?
That was, I mean, that's what I was told in George, and everybody said that. You got what's on the public, there's, no one will touch you, and I fell for it. And I just
wish you didn't.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes when it's just overstressed and you can't do it.
Yeah, but this is going to make things worse.
I just kill you.
I tried to tell him.
How is this going to make things better?
Because you're getting a real chance to explain yourself in a way that's going to make people who are government people, police officers, firefighters, first responders, doctors, and scientists. You're going to empathize with.
I just kill you.
What it must be like to be a person in their 20s who gets thrust into this world unknowingly and confronted with one of the most, if not the most, important history of human beings. The question, it's the number question. There's two questions, right? What happens when you die? Those are the two big questions, right? And if we're not alone, someone knows about it, and these some people who know about it, sort of.
Even if they were, it's a crime that they're not telling the rest of us.
I mean, I don't mean bungling in terms of I mean, you can't be accountable. It seems to me that there's no one can be accountable for this technology, like the Victorian era scholars analyzing some sort of there's no way. That needs to be done.
Why do you think you're at? Let's just make an assumption that this is true. Why would you tell us?
What do you put in the wonderful point? If I'm the president, and I get this information, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? There's something that we don't know. There's something we don't understand. There's something that came from the world. We got to talk to the mountains. And I just want you guys to know about it. Hey, sleep tight. Hey, American Idol's on tonight. Who do you think's going to win?
Yeah.
Who's going to win American Idol?
That's not good.
So what is uncertainty? The other one is what Ariana talked about a lot. Absolutely. Not knowing what to tell people because you don't really understand it yourself.
Right. What do you say? You want to run a government? You want to get people to pay their taxes?
There's something else.
Yeah.
So you have these objects by the impunity, right? And you have something else.
What can you say? Like, how much do you know?
I think it's mainly the technology. They just want to keep it because if there's
Whoever gets the biggest,
you control the way you become invincible once you master the technology. You cannot penetrate the field like that. So imagine I know it's all science fiction, but science fiction turns into science fact. You have real force fields around aircraft and battleships. You win. You win. Force your will upon anybody. And like I said, there's so much more to the story. When I was first there were Russian scientists in this farm. This was a Russian project.
So this was before Operation
I would imagine. I don't know what the dates were. I don't know the dates.
So it's roughly 10 years later, Operation Paperclip becomes freedom of information.
It's not Russia, not Germany. It's not Russia.
Yeah, but I mean, Russian scientists, a lot of them came from Germany. A lot of those rocket scientists that were at NASA, they all came from Nazi scientists. So Russians got some of them.
I just know at some point there was intense cooperation. I mean, even exchanging some ideas on nuclear weapons, EMP tests and some things we would never have discussed with them. But at the same time, it was in the late 80s. They were involved and actually in the area at S4 with us. And no, I knew they were there. Barry would talk about the commies. The commies. And yeah, they were the commies. And at some point, it wasn't our group, but at some point there was a big discovery there. And this did not happen when I was there. It happened in between my trips to there. And after that, apparently they decided it was just too cool to share with anybody. And the Russians were never allowed back on the base. No, like I said, it wasn't my group. So one of the other groups really found out something. But in typical American fashion, is that, all right, this is ours.
Was there any inkling that any other government science?
No, nothing that I knew.
So that was the thing that always freaked me out, was why, if something is so similar to human beings, it's almost like visiting an ant colony, why would you really come to human? It's not human. I'm so superior to ants, I don't care what you do. I'm just going to study it.
I think it's who got it. Look at the, rocket technology in Germany. That doesn't make sense to me either. So they were either in the same area, or, one had cruised where others were. I mean, I don't know, you have to fill that in there, but you're right. I mean, 9 of them, that's a big dig if it was our technology.
Well, one more recent scientist is discussions that are coming out recently from Air Force pilots and we're talking about at some point that really goes into the
2013 Attack Radio series. So that's when George Knapp and I broke on radio twice before the New York Times, and we just went really well. And in favor of
I'll just fucking go, yeah.
There was a disturbance on the surface of the water. Commander Fravor visually saw what looked like symmetry across some object. So it's like as if you have some coal in the water, it's breaking over. The Tic Tac is doing this crazy maneuver that defies it's a gravity hypothesis.
They saw it in the sky before we saw it.
Yeah, so there was radar that was picking these things coming down from 80,000 feet up to 50 feet in less than a second.
This is it? This is actually
so a lot of people get this confused. So that is called the gimbal. So there's 3 videos released by the Pentagon that are all action. I would really just pay attention to the source video. So you've got Tic Tac, which is this object that Commander Fravor saw. Another pilot filmed it with a FLIR camera, and it goes. But this one you see, this really quick about story, the gimbal craft. It's been recently analyzed. It's FLIR. Not only does it's definitive that it's not conventional anything by its movements, but there's a pocket of cold air around the propulsion source. So this object, by the way, sat stationary for days, if not weeks. It sat stationary.
And they found it $11 and they were saying there's no way this thing using that kind of energy really that fast.
Just the amount of time. And by the way, you're seeing a very small part of what happened this object was not alone. And so hopefully that information comes out.
Interesting.
Video version, all want to see it. But that's Pueblo Gimbal, that was East Coast, right? 2015. West Coast 2004 TikTok. The disturbance on the water, Commander Fravor believes there was something under that water that was causing that disturbance when the TikTok was coming around and doing it. The inside of the people who are studying this, they're thinking maybe the TikTok system is causing disturbance, but the U.S. identified submerging function, he visually saw it. The real interesting thing about that is, I would love Bob to describe it, is why it doesn't matter if these craft are in space, air, or water.
Well, first of all, Commander Fravor was the team that was sent out to find out this stuff. And it wasn't just, I got a chance to talk to him recently, and it wasn't just radar. Commander Fravor had eyes on it for over 5 minutes watching this thing. And it's 4 other pilots. So this wasn't a radar or electromagnetic watching this stuff. But, you know, one of the things I think in the gimbal video, the way the craft that we worked on flies is it doesn't fly like conventional aircraft does, and it doesn't fly like a flying saucer right in the 1950s movie. It flies belly first. I mean, it may set down conventionally, but it always rotates, does a roll maneuver, puts its belly towards the target, and then moves away at high speed.
Like a car flying with the wheels forward.
Right. I mean, it may land on the wheels, but at some point when it wants to be, flips up, points the wheel where it wants to go, takes off. And in the video, you can see the craft do the roll maneuver. And it's really interesting. It behaves exactly like the craft.
So much like we have different shaped aircrafts and fighter jets and cars, they probably have different shapes of these objects that operate under similar principles.
Right, but they all have the same powers.
And we're also dealing with, if you think about the laws of technological progression, and Moore's law of things accelerate, you gotta think that this civilization was who knows how many years when we're it's not even years from thinking about computation and yet they just disappear in terms of the retail. They've got to be
Well, the only reason I say that is because look, everyone doesn't necessarily start with a steam engine or internal combustion engine, and then, you know, like power, nuclear power, go up the ladder. You know, binary, if the stuff is true about origin, binary star systems, they have heavier elements that we don't have. Element stable element 115 is a naturally occurring material. Maybe that's the first thing we started experimenting with. And the version of their steam engine, their first product, was something that operated like this. And actually, when they came to Earth to look at it, you know, they were amazed at the stuff we were doing. This guy burned stuff and squirted out the vacuum. So, you know, who says they follow even a more progression?
My thought was, if you went back to the 1400s and then you went from 1400 to 1500, how does it that much of a difference technologically? If you go from 2000 to 3000, I assume there's going to be a change.
Well, the delta, the rate of change is magnificently higher than it was to be.
So if you think about what they had in 1988, you think about what they had in 2019, just logically, it seems like they would be different.
I would think so.
The only question is, are they living? Is that a living thing in terms of a biological thing, or are they some sort of artificial created creation? I'm not working on it right now. We're in the middle of artificial reality, artificial reality, sentient beings, artificial intelligence. There's concepts of silicon-based life forms. Boston Dynamics.
You can make machines out of flesh, right? So a cyborg organism is just that, that's what happened to those brain is that they were machines printed for flesh. So what you're saying is
well, they could just be synthetic. They don't even need to be, machines.
They seem to have no sex organs. They describe people who have assumed they have no sex organs. If you look at Australopithecus or depictions of ancient hominins and human beings, one of these is
well, you see a clear progression of evolution too, where something like that, I lean towards synthetic organism because it looks like it was made for a specific task. There's no reproductive organs, so I mean that almost kind of leaves out any kind of physical evolution.
Well, that's also a biology. The ability to breathe, emotions, fear, anxiety, all these different things that exist in order to force us into making sure we're reproduce. And it's essentially the human reward systems that aren't necessary once they can figure out a way to make some sort of sentient artificial life. Some sort of thing that doesn't have this biological limitations.
This craft, all these different kinds of it, it's confusing. I always thought about that flying saucer, right? But if you look back at history, people have always reported the weirdest shapes, like none of them are alike. There are the saucers, but you got cigar shape, you got top hat shape, you got orbs. Why? Maybe they're serving different purposes. They're doing different things that we use different tools. And I want to be clear that the reason I know that number is real is because I spent a long time with Dr. Eikenberg, 6 members walking the last guy born before he died, right? That's how I know I don't want any journalists thinking I got from anywhere else. I know because of Dr. Mitchell. And he said the same thing. Maybe these things are performing different tasks. And that's what I see.
If you think about what a human is in terms of sort of iconic image, Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we've seen what we assume human beings are. These things are tied in the industry. More seems to be trending in a direction. This trend seems to be amplified by technological progression, lack of need for muscle strain, lack of need for violence, and moving in society is trying to get away from all the things that we think of human beings and interrogate behaviors. If we one day do give birth to some sort of artificial being, Marshall McLuhan's, we are the sex organs of the machine. One day, because what are we doing? Constantly faster cars, better computers, bigger screens, faster, more resolution, pixels, more this, more that, family, 5G, 10G. What are we doing? We're moving into this, if you just follow it, objectively stand back, don't count yourself in your civilization, culture, look at what it is. We're moving 100% towards technological innovation. If you look at the species from afar, if you're a part of it, and say, what does the species do? I see beehives, it's amazing, it's cool, it's so fucking thing. They figured out how to do it, they make a beehive. We don't
and at some point, I think that technology is going to fuse with
yes. That's what we have. Yeah. We almost talked about in our podcast that we are some podcast trying to make pancakes. The answers any question you have, you can talk to it, you can answers instantly, answers instantaneously, and now the answer, it has all your phone numbers, it has all your contacts, people are listening to you through it. It's connecting us into involving parent. It's also getting on the list.
Well, right, and that's only because we can't integrate it yet, but you know that phone is 100%.
I did the joke about it last night. What would you do if you were a hyper-intelligence, right?
would you do the work yourself, or would you create some cool things called like humans to do it for you? Would you create things that are cybernetic organisms to come in with machines and do it for you? If you have hyper-intelligence that has change that you described, they probably create breakthroughs, right? And that's a brass conspiracy. I'm not talking about conspiracy, but it is a kind of conspiracy. Brass. Well, I don't think it's necessarily that. I mean, you can look at that, and there is the conspiracy theories. Look, the reality is that there's obviously a progression, biological progression, or some sort of integration of technology, or some sort of imperative, this need for technology innovation. It's an escape that everyone has. But I think it's attached to materialism in some sort of strange way, because so many people work so hard to get new things. And like God, it's so large. It's not being bad in comparison to the really seems to be stuff. But why is it? It's because we are like our job is to do is to make some sort of we don't even know we do it. I think a caterpillar is probably a caterpillar, you know, just doing things our job.
This could be a natural part of evolution, that we're just supposed to do this and make the jump to some sort of mechanized. Yeah, biology.
Fishing spear. Now, they figured out fish with spears. There's primatologists.
Wait, without somebody showing them how to do it?
Anything human beings do. They do it, but they do it in they're not trained from wild animals. There's a wild.
Okay, that's impressive. That's impressive.
But there's these primatologists. Is this what we call them, primatologists? Biologists would believe that monkeys and chimps and some of the great apes are moving in the storm. They currently enter the storm, but they're not staying what they move.
In Washington, John Kennedy
This might just be reverence. I mean, why do you work so hard? What the fuck do you work so hard? I mean, I was driving to LA this week. I had a doctor's appointment, so it was 1:45. Jesus Christ, this is so crazy. When you're in the 405 in LA at 8 o'clock in the morning, you see literally $1 million cars. It's just everywhere you go. And also, I'm in Tesla, so I don't have all of it. So I'm there sitting and listening to a podcast. I barely have my hand moving. I'm not touching shit. This car's driving me along. I'm not even doing anything. I'm just hanging out. It's so much less stress. So it encourages you to innovate. It encourages you to embrace this new technology. Nation in front of me. If I'm listening to a podcast wirelessly, YouTube streaming from my phone, that podcast, which came out today out of the fucking sky, and you're listening to it, and I'm all comfortable. A nice little car, just driving on the way to the doctor's office.
This is irresistible. It's frightening.
But it's frightening if you were a monkey, if you were a Australopithecus, would you go, I don't know if I'm going to I was like the ocean. I like just swimming around in trees. I like running from jaguars. This is life. Guys, life is running from crocodiles. It's not living in the fucking suburban.
There's probably some that are like that.
When they come, we embrace it the same way we embrace it. The same way we're
maybe a few more guys. Only those
You're fucking curious.
There's a few fire trailer. Good luck with that face. Go look to the woods. Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Ted Kaczynski was right. This is something that I think about sometimes. That Ted Kaczynski was a part of the Harvard LSD study. Ted Kaczynski cooked his fucking brain. He was a Berkeley professor. His goal was to make enough money to implement this program and go to woods and then write his manifesto. So killing people who were involved in it's Spanish from Harvard gloves, by the way. This is something my friend just called me about. So there's like this private library, and they used to print people's names whenever they were in university. He was one of the handful of people that would expunge from it. I want to jump back to one thing, Jeff. I want to be very careful about the word conspiracy theories. But what I was saying to you was, we terraform our Earth, right? We terraform, we change the environment, we do all this innovation. What is stopping us from thinking that that's not being done? Here's the thing, what's stopping us from thinking that that's being done on a much bigger level, on a cosmic level? You mean like aliens coming out and doing it? Well, I'm telling you that there is something here. There's a fact. There's something, they're a fact. They're here, they're not ours, they're here. So the question is, what is that about? And I'm just looking at what we do with what you're describing with technology. I think it's much more like the same way that we observe chips and we absorb just a bunch of their house. And then you recognize that there is a pattern. There's steps that happen. I mean, Carl Sagan talked about different levels of civilization. Certain levels where everyone can reach. Civilization. You're asking a lot of this. But in that way, they're not. We're children that have immense power. We didn't really. The other thing is, you're using the immense power that other people have. Right? I mean, even when you go to the corner store in the past, you didn't invent players. There's all these things that were involved in the creation of this thing that is really outside of your grasp and understanding. And yet you have the ability to use it. Personally, I just got to come back and and so without the intellect to craft, engineer, and manifest these creations, you just have access to them. You have almost no responsibility. You just flippantly use these things, which is why we're very childlike in our actions. And we haven't had to learn the responsibility. We haven't had to learn these things that we've been able to have. And we've only been able to have them because other people have innovated and spent ungodly amounts of time, effort, and focus in the lab to create these things. And then they all put them together. Why are you doing this? We're making better things. That's what we do.
That's all we do.
Why the fuck do we need oil? Why do we need oil? Why can't we just grow food and stay healthy? Why can't we grow chickens and food in the backyard? Why can't we? Well, you fucking can. You certainly can. People do it. And we decided to make that almost impossible. Our preferred way of living is to stuff everyone into a very small area where no one goes anywhere than we. And this is what LA is. LA is 20 million people with hard surfaces, as many hard surfaces as you can. If you have a paper backyard in LA, great. Ship it out, clean. It's amazing. That's fucking Earth coming through this weird sort of creation that we put on top of it. But the goal is that New York City, there's nothing. You just have Central Park, there's huge. It's stacked up, no one's growing anything. And then constant work. Everyone's up early, go, innovate, progress, make that launching, buy more things. Every year, hey Apple, where's this fucking new phone? Phone isn't good enough. Your phone's taking pictures and videos and people are calling you and you get applications that tell you which way the wind's blowing. It's not going to be a blink of an eye, it's all gone though, that, 10,000 years and the dam goes over there and Mount Rushmore and you're disintegrated. So it's amazing because we have created that and everyone's trying to scream up through that. We keep it maintenance down, but we're late, man. Something hits, we don't think about it. You know, you think in terms of your own life, right? You think in terms of what you want right now. You know, we are in many ways this combination of this weird, primitive, ape-like thing with the ability to calculate and manipulate our world and our environment. And this is ultimately on top of it, existential angst and fear. So what do with that? Fucking why they come up with antidepressants? Give these fucking people some shit that keeps them moving. They're worried about the future. They're trying to figure out what the outlook is. You're on a goddamn convertible spaceship spinning 1,000 miles an hour, hurtling through infinity. There's no meaning to this thing. Just keep making shit. Keep making stuff. And one day, you're going to be able to hit that switch in this life. She's fucking over. Innovation, thinking, habits, be new and likely. It's probably what you're seeing. These things are.
I'm not observing it, but yeah.
Are you replying to your class?
I don't think they are us, but I think they are
Room 6.
It's not us, just like you're not us, right? I'm not a chick. The chick life, you're from here. No, this is what happens all over the universe, right? Yeah. This is what happened. Here's the thing. You know, I went to see Brian Cox. He was this amazing black show. LED screens, these huge screens with high resolution depictions of the cosmos.
They'll fucking kill you.
He has this large scale image of the universe, and it shows all the individual galaxies of the universe, and it just keeps moving through all these galaxies. And it's what's stunning is the relative uniformity, even at, you're obviously looking at incredibly small picture of something that's immensely large. See this little dot, it's flying through space, surrounded by other little dots with very similarly spaced distances between local workers. Like if we see uniformity in that form, in terms of the distance between the galaxies, so many galaxies, it's so similar. It might vary slightly, and that's slightly like but there's so much uniformity. Why would we not assume that uniformity exists pretty much everywhere? And that all these things that you're seeing that are so similar, you do see binary star systems, you do see single star systems, there's also some speculation in our solar system is one time a binary star system. Right? I mean, that's one of the speculations about that object that they find outside the Kuiper Belt, where it is 10 times larger than the Earth, that they might have been one point in time star. This uniformity that you see, why wouldn't you think about that has the same implications biologically? This is sort of a biological uniform, and if this happens, given the right sets of circumstances, you should tell us that it's
kill you.
that I don't know is true. If the stuff is true about the propulsion stuff, I mean, anyway, what have you read? What you saw too. What are you talking about? It's going to be. I got a Coke there. It's no liquor.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems. There were different projects. Project Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time with craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a not as a weapon.
How are you informed those?
These again were just the small briefings that I read, but again, I don't really like to talk about those because I don't have any information on them. It's just small briefings.
When you told Commander Fravor that he saw
I'll fucking kill you. I'll rip your mom and dad. I'll erase you from the planet. I'll destroy your history. I'll destroy your atoms.
And what Commander Fravor saw as he was in the F-18 approaching it, he described it as a ping pong ball in a cup and shaking it back and forth. It was moving that fast. Now, obviously, if there's anything inside there, it's going to be battered to hell. But, my point was that, well, one of two things. Either there's a gravitational envelope in there which negates any inertial effects, or you are seeing through a gravity distortion field. So, just like you're looking at a highway and you see, an optical distortion going through there. Well, the same thing happens in gravity. The craft may not actually be moving like that. It may just look like it because you only see it through the field. So it may be making much more gentle moves. I'm not saying that's it, but it has to be one of the two.
Nothing shows up 60 miles away. They noticed it on radar 60 seconds after it left Commander Fravor. It was at his cap point, which is the next point he was destined to go to, 60 miles away. And in 60 seconds on radar, the same object ends up there.
So it's going on miles.
No, I think the radar just picked it up in 60 seconds.
Yeah, it could have been there instantly.
Yeah, we don't remember.
The cycle
Nobody knows. That's the whole thing.
Oh, so it cycles, like radar cycles?
Yeah, it doesn't sweep, but I mean, it scans. It's a planar array, so it just scans around the random place.
It's a spy one does it really cool. It doesn't do the whole loop anymore.
Right. The point is though that the craft moved to his next location before he knew where his next location was going to be, and that's well documented. So that's a pretty shocking piece of information.
What's fascinating to me too is that you were discussing this, the way this reactor, these things were not really connected.
No, nothing is connected. There's no wiring at all.
That fits me.
Yeah, I mean that's a simple electromagnetic. Yeah, I know again, but that's just simple electromagnetic induction.
Right, and Tesla, the scientist, had this concept.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
To send wireless electricity through the sky in Westinghouse. You just pulled electricity out of the sky.
Can't meter.
Yeah, they couldn't.
We were just talking to Carl over and trying to chill him out. We're talking about Tesla and how he couldn't be metered and how it all went down. So it's funny you bring it up.
Who knows what might happen in terms of radiation having been allowed to go forward.
Well, we probably wouldn't have computers. Yeah, I'm pretty positive. I mean, forget about microelectronics. Well, this is dumping huge amounts of electromagnetic energy in the air, and yeah, we'd be able to wirelessly turn on our lights, but there being a radio communication, the interference would be something that would be overwhelming. It would induce electric currents, anything with a small wire on it. So integrated circuits, transistors would be disintegrated before they were even tested for operation. So it would destroy. Yeah, it would have stopped us dead. It'd be great. You could turn lighters on and heaters from all over the place with no wires, but it would stop modern electronics.
And if we became dependent on it, it would almost be like dependence on fossil fuels. When it's destructive, it's very difficult for us to get off from it.
Hey, Reynolds here for Red Bull with a very exciting announcement. It's called Mint Kids. It's a plan specifically designed for kids just getting their first phones. It's a full-size plan for well, it's unlimited talk and text. 5 gigabytes a day. So this is the kind of stuff that I don't see.
Growth Trend Checker lets you know if you're completely or free. One service finally that doesn't cost you. You're already paying for so much stuff. Insurance can feel like a super link. Quotes and cookies that enrich your goals harder than it should be. Growth's free insurance checker makes it simple to see what's how to the next step. If you want to see if you're covered, just pay your unit card and run to care costs. No paperwork, no hassle, no waiting on hold. Growth's free insurance checker so you don't have to report every coverage details so you can make a decision that's right for you. If you're looking at jumping ones for enough insurance is covering those links for you, check out Grow. cover your free insurance check. Go to road.com/safety or reporting it to the
They would have changed the course of how we developed, which is so interesting when you talk about it. The civilization of the solar system didn't even start with fossil fuels. They had 115 naturally on the planet. And they're like, cool, anti-gravity's pretty awesome.
Well, the fact that I think it's important that actually happened. They might have been stopped in this case.
And it's just, I think it's incredibly difficult for us to imagine technological progression.
Yeah, that's
if we imagine what this alien race must have been like. Just to be able to see something, obviously we've seen different life forms, right? We've seen the life of certain beetles in comparison to the life of certain fish. Very, very different existence, very different life cycles. Yeah. We see all these different variables in terms of biological entities on Earth, but we don't see it in terms of technological innovations, where the only one that's intelligent and innovative. We have intelligent creatures, but they're in the ocean. The only other thing we like is that they don't have the ability to manipulate their environment on themselves, because they have the ability to manipulate their environment, including fish tanks. Get in the tank, do some tricks.
Right.
The only thing he saw in the craft, if you're considering Bob's story, the only thing that he saw in the craft that related to, that looked like a human could make, was this honeycomb hatch. I always loved that because you're like obsessed with this thing that you could recognize.
I only focus on that because it was the one thing that I understood at work, and it was the access to the level below, and it was if you take you have a 6-pack of beer and you take out the cardboard dividers, set it on the table, you can put a lot of pressure on the top, but if you push it from the sides, it collapses flat. So it was something like that in a honeycomb shape that was essentially some sort of sheet metal, and you could walk on that upper layer, but if you took the corner, stuck your finger in, and pushed, it collapsed and made an entry. So I thought that was a really unique, I'd never seen that before, and it was the only thing in the craft that made absolute sense to me. I thought, we can make that, and all that is a text.
Was there any discussion about materials that were used?
I'm sure there was, but that was a metallurgic division. Nothing to do with it.
So you never know?
Not even the slightest proof. I don't even know if it's metal or if it's ceramic. I think there's a fine line between the two.
Now, one of the things that's happened that has allowed her to discredit was there's obviously been some sort of an effort to erase your past. Some sort of an effort to erase your education history, your employment history at Los Alamos. In fact, the only way your employment history was proven at Los Alamos is someone got a list, a directory of the employees from the past, and read into it, and you were on that list. So it proved you worked here, and you're trying to use that as a way to discredit What was that to experience? When, of course, we're talking about the 1980s, the 1990s, when the world came to Vegas.
Yeah, obviously there were a lot less records on computers at that time. It was still file cabinets and folders. But yeah, that was frightening. That was one of the first things I saw. I think George Knapp was the first one that uncovered that. I mean, he saw my birth certificate disappear. He
disappeared.
Yeah,
there was no record of it.
Yeah, there was no record of that. There was no record.
His mom tells me about that. Like it was frightening for her. He's got a real family. He's a real person. It's frightening for her.
But the Los Alamos thing really surprised me, and that they were so adamant that no, this guy. So George went back and forth.
I got the letters in the morning.
Months. It was ridiculous. But fortunately, somebody came up with a 1982 phone book. I mean, and also, originally I told you, when I worked there, I was on the front page of the paper, so they were still able to archive, bring that back from the archives, because, Bob Lazar, a physicist working here at Los Alamos, so there was at least something there. But somehow George came up with the phone directory.
And then Bob took George with cameras into Los Alamos.
Oh yeah. So we flew out there, and I said, "Look, come on in. I'll show you where I worked. We'll go in, we'll meet people." And George went with me, and went inside there. Oh yeah, and met people, and
Los Alamos was also the place where they had the machine that was able to read the size of the digits.
No, that was S4. That was S4.
And explain that.
So now this was back in the 80s.
And this is back in the 80s where when you discuss this, people are like, this doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
Okay. What was it?
It was a way, this is before fingerprint scanners and anything of any high resolution scanner at that time. So what it was a device that had a little picture of a hand on a glass plate with pins in it, so you could jam your hand in there. And there was a bright light above it and a sensor underneath. And when you put your hand in there, the light would turn on, and it would measure the bones in your finger because the light was showing through your bones. And apparently, the length of the bones in your fingers are extremely unique and easy to measure. And they use that. When you put your hands on there, the light would turn on and your badge would pop out. Oh, there it is. That's it. And I tried to describe this to people, and they said, that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And I said, hey, my badge came out of that thing. I put my hand on it, badge popped out, and that's how I can open the doors and get into S4.
And everybody discredited that. They said, oh, bullshit, it was science fiction. And Jeremy, you found this.
I found it through a good friend of mine named Tyler Roverley. He had some good sources inside of Area 52 where they also used these for the stealth program right around that time. So now I've got all these people that work within who, said only if you're in certain programs will you use this technology. It's kind of shit, actually. We didn't keep it for very long. We gave them the biometrics. So I was able to reveal it in my film. I kept my mouth shut until I showed it to Bob. In the movie, the first time he saw it was how you see it in the documentary. That's his genuine reaction. I'm getting goosebumps. That was a great idea. Thank you, man, because you know what? Guess what? I'm actually trying to see if he's telling the truth. That's how I started. That's how I started. So it was really cool to see that you get to see it, his actual reaction.
Has that been verified by other people?
Yeah, so to me it has. Personally, I get emails every day and people are telling me where these are used and how they're used and send me photos and a lot of photos of my Danny Mats.
How they were used,
but the most recent one was way more recent than I thought in another country, but yeah, that technology was used. So what's so funny is that this technology, even in the Area 52 where they use it for Tomahawk, one of the guys who will go on camera, he will do an interview. He was a technician for me, and he hated them because they were really bad. They always broke down and he was a technician for him. And he won't tell me where. If he worked at Area 52, so it's probably Tomahawk. It's very separated, even on the base. Yeah.
So there was that. There is your education record. That was also, what happened with that?
Well, that disappeared also. That I've never gone anywhere for education. I never attended any classes at Caltech. I never attended anything at MIT.
You did attend classes in those places?
I did attend classes in those places.
Do you know anybody that you went to school with?
Yes, I do.
And have they verified that you went to school with them?
Well, I give Jeremy some names, but the reason I don't say these names publicly is because every single time I mention a name, somebody gets it.
They don't want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what is that experience like, seeing your birth certificate erased, seeing your employment?
Well, it's frightening. It's absolutely frightening.
It's also the fuel that the debunkers use, the so-called air quote skeptics. I don't like the term skeptics, and I say this publicly because I really want to say this privately. I think it's a sloppy, lazy way to look at things, to just be a skeptic. I want people to be objective, and I think there's a lot of things you should be skeptical of. I think you should look at things and look at things from a hardline science perspective, you should
Absolutely.
be objective. But the idea of skeptics, the problem with that is you're always looking for things to be bullshit. And I think that's dangerous, because I think some things aren't bullshit.
It's confirmation bias on the other end. You're just deciding to take a square thing and put it in a round hole no matter what.
And I find a lot of them to be lazy. A lot of them to be lazy people. Because they're always putting it into that box instead of just separating their ego. They're playing a game, and the game is calling bullshit. I'm gonna call bullshit, and I'm gonna line up all these reasons why it's bullshit, and I'm gonna ignore anything that might be contrary to that definition.
Yeah.
Every time I'm thinking I'm going to catch him in something, all of this process, I found Dr. Kringle. He came forward and said, I was in security briefings with Bob Lazar, the physicist at Los Alamos. He went on the record with me. Now, the other people I talked to, I won't think on the record with them, because they're still working on it. So that's the difference, right? What can the public have?
Or even if they're not working, they want to live their lives. Well, obviously, people have seen what's happened to you.
And I think after 30 years.
Yeah, really, if you look at all the information on, concerning my accounts, that's verifiable, it can't possibly be a bullshit story. It's really way past that point.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was my
Mike Thigpen is. I mean, how could I possibly know?
So Mike Thigpen was the guy that did the security clearances to go to the base. One of the guys that was.
This is the guy that you work with.
He said he did. And George now, George didn't believe him. George put him through 4 polygraph tests, right? He tried to see, man, this is a big risk. It sounds interesting, but let's see if he's telling the truth. One of the things was, Bob said there was a guy named Mike Thigpen. He did security clearances for the base, and that's a weird name. It's very specific. For 30 years, George found this guy in this weird department that he didn't even know it was Mike Thigpen. The guy would talk to me, totally ghosted for 30 years. He used Facebook and Google image match to his children. I was able to find him after 30 years. And I talked to him 3 times on the phone. He lives on the East Coast. He almost went on camera with me. He confirmed that he did security clearances for Facebook in 1989, confirmed he remembers Bob Lazar. And what you don't know is there's a handwritten note that a friend of yours has from Mike.
What?
I know, I'll give it to you later. I don't, but that is real. That is actual. So
a handwritten note says what?
This is
so when
when they do security clearances, they go through all your friends
and they go to your friends.
Yeah.
So this is to I had people come to me for a friend of mine that's serving, and they're doing the security clearance for him. And even though I'm like the UFO guy, they did, the FBI will come and visit my house and make sure that they talk about my friend. And they left a little card. And when my wife told me to get away, because she didn't know who they were, they left a little card. It's super cute now. Back then it was a handwritten note. His friend has it for him that you haven't seen in 2 decades. So if you're listening,
I think you're telling me this now.
What is this card?
It's just a little handwritten note with Mike Thigpen's signature.
Not a card, like a postcard.
Like a piece of paper that he left on the door saying when Bob gets back or whatever it says on it. So it's just another little funny thing. I found the guy, he does the security clearances. He admitted to me he did it. And he admitted to me he was dodging George Knapp because when George said his name on the news, he dropped his fork into his steak or news potatoes or whatever, and he's looking at his wife. He's in trouble. His name's never supposed to be out there. Like, it's just a security clearance guy. But you don't want national attention associated with anything Bob has to say. But anyway, this unique name Bob said for 30 years, and the guy goes to George Knapp. George could prove he existed. He actually talked to me. He talked to me 3 times. He almost went on camera with me. It's just crazy. What happens after 30 years? You just get more info.
Well, that's one of the reasons why Jeremy and George Knapp had that conversation with Fred. I said, I think what we can do with this podcast is important. Really, I think it's important for people to hear this from you in a very clear, just very concise way. And if you examine all of the information that I've said, if you look at all the things that the detractors have said, if you look at all of the new recent evidence that's coming out of all of these really high-level people in the military and government that are discussing this, it gives you far more credibility. than you would have had in the 1980s.
Sure.
Fuck yes, you can't ignore his story just because you don't like it anymore.
That's why I thought it was important to come out and refresh the world's let, like I said, I've been outside of the field as a fan, just a human being. I've been following him for decades. I've been following the story for decades. You know, I have VHS tapes.
Like a lot of the world has. It's crazy.
Well, anybody that has any sort of vested interest or just fascination with UFOs has followed your story. Because there's no one else. There's no one else that comes from this guy who said, I worked underground with the aliens and I shot my hand off like a bunch of wacky dudes. They're underground, there's bases, they're shooting lasers through the earth, across the movement. But Lightspeed, there's a lot of those guys. They seem schizophrenic, they seem crazy, they might even be disinformation agents. They might be people that are designed to muddy the waters, which for sure has happened.
People are coming forward and it's amazing. By doing this, what you're doing, you're providing an opportunity for Bob to tell a story. You know, believe it or not, he can tell a story. It's amazing because more people will come forward now that are involved with these projects. Looking forward to you, to me, they're coming forward. And so what you've done here is provide that opportunity if they need it. And it's amazing. I just want to say, Bob,
just don't come forward.
No, don't come forward to Bob. Why were you freaking nauseous at the beginning of this? Like so upset. Why'd you have a migraine? Because that started off so hard. My God, I was sitting here like this.
Well, why are you asking him why? It's obvious. Anxiety. The guy's gone through 30 fucking years of being persecuted. They erased his birth certificate.
I just want to hear him. I want to hear him say. I want them to
hear him. Why do you have to say that? Joe just said it.
Get it. Settle down. Yeah, I get it. It's hard for you to get them. You know, and I appreciate it.
For us.
Yeah. Well, you did
what really annoys me are the people that think, you know, you guys just came up with the story to make a bunch of money or get a bunch of, you know, attention. And
that's a good point. So please explain that.
First of all, I don't get any money out of this at all, and I didn't even let you guys buy plane tickets for me to come out here or anything. I mean, anytime, like when Jeremy previewed, I guess, the movie up in Michigan, I mean, it brought in like a couple $1,000. I made sure that $2,000 went to science programs at the local high schools there.
Dirty money.
I don't take any money from this stuff. And as far as attention, I hate fucking attention. I don't like being on shows. I just want to kind of hide in the corner and do my own thing. So I got enough hugs when I was a kid. Okay, I don't need any attention. So no, that if you think somehow we came up with this thing, then you got to tell me why we did it.
You've done a great job of making sure that everyone makes this company have a profitable business and have done whatever money came besides programs. I mean, it doesn't make any sense any other way. What I've gotten out of here is what I thought I was going to get out of here when I watched the documentary. What you're saying makes sense. It doesn't make sense and it's bullshit.
I haven't exactly what I said.
I believe it. In closing, is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I can't think of anything other than really don't come and try to visit me.
Well, I know that you have paid a huge personal cost to get this information out, and maybe you didn't understand what that cost would be when you first initially came forward with the story. But over the past 30 years, it's been immense. It's been great. And I just want to thank you for it. And thank you for all those people that would not have gotten this information, would not have really had this story in your world.
Well, thanks, Jim.
Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And one more time, the documentary is available on Netflix right now.
Yeah, it's called Bob Lazar, Area 5200 Flying Saucers.
All right. That's it, folks. Good night. It
there's some stockfish just the chessboard right now. There's some stockfish that is so overfished that, you know, it will easily be times against more anyway. Chess, even on the street, but I suspect that you would that's like the best. And that's a good This is how it's been until we usually run it. Even getting very expensive and love to use. So what we must do is the pace of change is rapid. So what's the do? You know, some people are upset that they science fiction So,
distribution of shares that you gave us the last time was very long. Which one could you imagine the world as well? Trump accounts being share into various
taxes that they pay so for these stock options, they pay 40% income tax on a national basis. Because that's the base that is going to rights of the economic single market of state which is so I think a great practice in taxes just something it's quite worth it out. Then there'll be another 45% will be taxed. So at the end of the day, I think the other big reason is that for some period of time, so it's not that's pretty true. That's good. It's not just the AI is so strong that let's wait, let's try and that point.
Let's talk about that, because I think one of the other things that worries people about the direction we're heading, and I'm going to carry on, I think that the direction of the world is being shaped by a very small number of credit companies. I think the fact that because of us, by the reason it is a, as you described, very difficult to so let's start with the you definitely after the IPO, basically 80% of voting shares, and as I understand it, we can only be removed by a vote of shares which goes up. So do you know what I think? We could go crazy.
Portfolio managers it's what I was talking about when I was working from polio because their conversation and
I got to the introduction. Atomic Habits.
and not just me, but many people, it's like great for as well. Great for as well. Pictures of
concentration control to be a very good inspiration. Also, through study, incredible geopolitical. I'm going to go back to the next one. But without the Ukrainians, it would be a serious struggle. And then also, and you recently decided to prevent the Russians and the European intelligence from having access to Starlink. But they were running, right? They were using a nuclear stop.
This has some differences because people who are just innocent users of Starlink and just want certain access to education not going to have Starlink.
These are geopolitical decisions that come first. But we feel that having that determined common rules. How does that feel? Is it right?
I'm not sure we understand the ultimate
I think you're right to support it. However, the case of
has directly supported private investigation for the case of Ellis's knowledge, which is looking at transparency laws. Yes, and if there's transparency laws, they are both very quickly, and if they could, I would say that would be really responsible.
Domestically, when we stepped away from Burma, it was hard to do what we tried to do to sustain it. This administration has gone in directions that I suspect you would have expected to have place that you are very, very judging by those who are pretty concerned about it's reasonably frequent once in a while, and so generally you paint a picture. First of all, much more striking far, in fact, very fringe parties in some countries. I think it's one of the best.
once a week. It's been a pleasure.
You're clearly suggesting that Europe is just so in place and you
Yes. To fight censorship in Europe. One option to fight censorship in Europe.
I think that there are issues in this
Social media posts. I think that's important.
You've written editorials against it, but I don't think that there's a sort of and I agree with you, but I don't think you want to glorify vigilante violence and kind of, post things that you don't make hate and entirely inaccurate. We should do it.
Yes, I'm right.
The UK is actually very good. The UK is very effective. There are problems. First Amendment problems. There are problems, but it really is not what you are describing to suggesting to
the state. You can't just work with them.
Let's move on to this because I think I really said something right earlier.
First is not that this is very perfect. First is just real quick. Serious problem. Key is serious problem. Your pants is serious problem. I'm going to say my sister is
trying simply to make sure there's less integration to secure the borders, which are very clear fascist tendencies and people cause situations within it.
I heard you're saying it's terrific, and really, I'm simply saying that there needs to be at least a real constant respect.
Misunderstood interventions of the opposition leader because that is not the view I have. I'm not sure I would conclude having seen that. People are supporting the things they're doing. If that's your role, I share it. That gets me to a question.
Which is
Immigration control.
Western ideals, with Western values, lifesavers. So but this is not a microphone, it's not stating reality.
I think we can both agree that evidence will be able to decide what she wants to do.
Yes.
And we will find evidence for both of our views in different parts of the world. Question shouldn't be open.
I'm very good at predicting the future. I'm not good at it, but I'm very good at predicting the future. My batting average is very high. But this does have some snapshot effect where people don't believe that what I say is not going to be true. Because I can see into the future with a higher, not perfectly, but with a higher probability of success than most people. So I'm reporting things that people believe to be, in some cases, counterintuitive. Let's say I'm always right in something wrong, but my batting average is very high. But this does have like a sort of sample effect where people can realize that what I'm saying will come to pass. Maybe not exactly the timing of it, but it will come to pass. The history will recognize it. But I think you'll see that very little of what I've said is inaccurate. The superguard very said is very important counts. And there's some change.
Do you have expectations of the future for AI? First part of our conversation, or the next part, political part?
The AI's visual superintelligence is still the singularity like BlackBerry because you don't know what's going to happen after that. And it's sort of sexy language. So I think really, in terms of the really big backward effects here, AI and robots are really so on a time scale that is less than 10 years.
Probably ranges this other stuff that we can do about less than
The AI robotics revolution will happen sooner. It will happen sooner than something. I would say something more than
Kill this fucking bitch. She's absolutely fucking retarded. Her fucking disgusting cunt. You should shut the fuck up.
I don't agree with everything you're saying, but it's always absolutely fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much. Definitely.
Some things don't turn off. His life doesn't keep up his hours. His body powers can't dissipate. Some things never stop. And the energy behind life should be never is always. Energy for the moments that matter.
Chances of growing years suck. 7 in 10 people have trouble breathing for intake is a magnetic nature that helps you breathe better, designed to support deeper, more restful sleep, reduce morning and breathing. So you wake up refreshed, you're ready to go, with more energy throughout the day. See why millions are making the change to intake breathing. Try it today risk-free with our better breathing guarantee.
And you can say that you can train. You can train instead.
time the pitch has been fouled away. Neither time the pitch is strike is fouled away. One almost hitting, that one almost fouled. 2 on Rodriguez. When Rodriguez first came up here, he showed some discipline that exceeded what we were expecting. And has not been on display since. Playing again right here, Rodriguez pops it in the air, shallow right, out Vanderbilt, the second baseman, waving his arms to make the catch to play the ball first. And there's one out here in the second inning.
Reasons that I see online, so we're gonna give this a watch. See if you can bring me back over, or maybe he'll just dig himself deep. Either way, let's go. When is the last time you heard of Picks?
This isn't real life. It's fake. Social media, not reality.
Yo, I feel like I was the first person to say this shit. I said this in like one of my first videos. Reasons that I see online, so we're gonna give this a watch. See if you can bring me back over, or maybe he'll just dig himself deeper. Either way, let's go. When is the last time you heard of Picks?
Camera's present, everything's here. Hey, I'm gonna be asking you that. Make fun of you. Victor is like an actor on a real life set. This isn't real life. It's fake. Social media, not reality.
Yo, I feel like I was the first person to say this shit. I said this in like one of my first videos. Like, I think he knows that Kick is paying for his clippers. They're spending like over $500,000 a month on his clipping, so he knows he has to make the most out of every stream. So I think he's planned out every single viral, controversial moment. I think I called this first.
So I see that goes and just like the rate, you can come and get the surgery done. You can get there for every injury, every athlete, everything. Beacon Orthopedic and North Medical. You said this, right? When the doctor reacts, shakes the film, everything. Show the original.
Makes sense, you guys.
Just take a stitch and you're done. Why don't you just grab somebody's skin, pull it back, pull it in, put it on the stitch?
I mean, it's not like, yeah, that's a good question, but it's because skin is too too fragile, too weak that it just won't live.
That makes sense because if you can't stitch it back up, right? Your face is going to be and so it's not going to be stretched up.
Yeah, because muscle is dense and less malleable than your durable stomach, right? So when you actually adjust the muscle, it's a lot more permanent than just pitching the skin. So that's the installation for that.
I said this on purpose for me earlier. Chance to bring careful. Not expecting any of this did. His face is black. No reaction whatsoever.
That's just like a classic misinterpretation. No one was talking about it, but so he just took over all the leads and did this like that, which is kind of funny because Cloud is highly silly ass.
Somebody who perhaps harm someone and have no regret whatsoever. I put you no harm to see reaction. And someone who's
He doesn't look like little side note, Jack is one of my best friends out here in Las Vegas. But they didn't post it because they didn't like how it went. I guess I just logged too hard or something. I'm like, well, I would look for this.
For some reason, if I recall, wasn't Greg up there? Right, so does he really need that?
You know what? I defended his nose job a couple weeks ago, but I gotta say, it was better before. This is a Lixman. This is a Lixman right now. It's too compact right now. It just throws off his facial hair. It doesn't look better. It doesn't look terrible, but it just doesn't look good. I'm sorry. It's an L. It's an L for me, dog.
It was free. I didn't have to pay for it. My girlfriend was alone in the area. That's why the question wasn't ask why I got my hair transplanted. It was
Yeah, let's see. Somehow, the nose job just threw off his facial harmony. It makes his whole face appear more slender. And it makes his face look more less angular overall. Like, get a lot more room. Now it looks more round and just kind of mediocre, in my opinion.
why did you get a good job? You already had a fantastic nose. It was already well for that. I'm 50 and I have steroids. It's kind of like this cut.
It's saucy, really. I mean, I know he's always been jacked. It's smiling. Because he doesn't work out. You can see that he hasn't trained in like 7 months. So and all he eats is fucking Burger King. So if he didn't take Reddit, he'd be fat as fuck. So that's your go, guys. That's your go right there. It's the clap.
You see the information that I'm down for. That's what I'd say to him. Did I need to work on a shot? Probably not. Send it to me. And so he wanted to ascend the general conclusions of what he made. Did you not say you were getting the double jaw surgery?
He was never going to get a double jaw surgery. That was just the marketing ploy. You know, that's one of the ways that he would viral. Say something outrageous. I don't know if you guys noticed, but you really can just say whatever the fuck you want on the internet, and pretty much no one will hold you to account because people have the attention span of a fucking mouse, and they forget about it 2 days later. Move on to the next thing that's viral chaos, and, you know, gets their ego all stimulated. He was never going to do it.
This is coming from a guy who's having a normal, and he's owned by somebody who he's concerned that somebody pisses louder than he does.
Yeah, he posted on Reddit like that he got mobbed because he could hear the person's next to him pee really strong opinions, which I can't say I've ever been his stream on, and I've definitely been pee shy like at a urinal. Does that happen to you guys where you're like you walk up to a urinal next to somebody and you're both like not pee because like it's just awkward like because now you know what you're thinking about the other person not being able to pee, so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Anyway, I think I'm called the cure for that. When that happens, you just find a target at a specific point in the urinal. Maybe it's the soap or like a letter or like just a corner of the urinal, and you just like make it your life's mission to destroy that area with your pee stream. And then it like kind of like shifts the focus on like you kind of like disassociate what's going on. You're like, I'm like a fighter jet. I gotta like destroy the environment. That's what creative fit for me. But I did play with worse because he is using his results from, taking steroids and all this shit and going out there and promoting a lifestyle of like hedonism and hooking up with a bunch of random snooze and, making out with OnlyFans girls and clubs and stuff. And of course, like a 14-year-old is gonna see that shit and be like, yes, it's your steroids and you're gonna nuke the fucking endocrine system and, destroy the liver in the process. As far as I know, the old guy, he's just kind of like working out in a gym room, and his audience of gym bros who probably already know about steroids and are fairly aware of the consequences of it. Whereas Clap, it's like looks makes it worse, so they might jump into some shit, some deep water, and be upstream without a paddle. Yeah, I'm good with this.
I don't really think Greg knows anything without
MMA Mag, the North 750-year-old man. Yes. This way. Yeah, just like the freaking YouTube days back in like 2016, 2017. Logan versus Jake Paul beef, Iska versus Jake, all this shit. Like, chaos is a ladder. You know that game of Thrones? It's so true. Like, if you're just doing shit like this, like I'm doing, sitting here yapping, it's rarely gonna go viral. But if you're getting taken down by Northern 7 and strangled, or getting slapped with a club, or shooting alligators and all this shit, getting arrested, then yes, of course that's gonna go a lot more viral. And you kick, the platform that you stream on is dumping $500,000 into clipping your shit and spamming it on everybody's fucking Twitter and TikTok and all that, then you know damn well you gotta make the most of it. You can't just have these lazy, half-ass mediocre streams. So you're gonna plan some shit, you're gonna let this go viral. He probably has stream managers, stream planners that come up with the shit for him, and you just gotta execute. And that's I almost guarantee that's what I'm saying.
Any of the advice that I've given, I always followed it up with under the supervision of doctor.
That's his thing. He's the worst you can ever be. She's raped 100 children. He murdered his mother. Has 10 terabytes of child porn on his laptop. Yeah, I saw it. It was that's his shit. It's like, yes, see all of this stuff that you want that I have, and then see how I got it. Steroids, peptides, and little substances, cosmetic procedures, but all without supervision for doing. But you should talk to a doctor first. Me, you should.
I tell them, looks Maxi is amazing. The clean is long. I use that. Hollow up the cheekbones. Smash your bones to do this. I'm going to get that. Get the surgery to get that surgery. That one's just got I charge people with assault just for slapping me when I give them I drive them up. And then I say, that's
I don't go in.
innocent of anything. I'm not there.
See, his nose was inside. It just made his face look more shattered. I don't know. children. Toby. I can't stand it when people that do that shit. Togi, Steve will do it. Neon, now Clavicular. They all took the deal. They all took the deal. So, you know what? Shout out to Sneaker. Sneaker is the one guy that has refused so far to take the gambling deal. Because everybody knows right now it's the easiest money out there. Like, these guys are making millions upon millions by literally getting people addicted to gambling. Because them losing money is how these companies make money. And these Instagram guys, these YouTube guys, TikTok guys, they're just a pawn for that. They're a vehicle for that. They're just a shovel for these suckers that they get sucked into crippling gambling addictions. It's fucked up.
I don't think I've said anything too shocking.
You would know.
I was associated with that. It was maybe I'll drink low, on the stream. I still acknowledge how evil and toxic consumption of alcohol is, and you should do. Speaking of drinking active, which was really not good if you're taking that stuff. For example, good start. Perhaps the answer would be, could you not be unconscious? Would you get carried away? Put into a black SUV van? You walked into the van on your own accord?
I don't know if you've seen this video. It passes all the theatrics. It's carrying the big down, stands up and lets it. Gotta love it.
Exactly what happened there. I mean, when you were drinking a shot from that 4-hour energy glass, a substance that's converted to, GH2, that was written to college grad to
I love Coach Graham. I don't agree with everything he says. He was dogging on my boy Conor Murphy back in the day, and I didn't like that shit. But since then he's grown on me. Cloud, he's gone the other way, man. Like, I liked Cloud a lot at first. I felt like he was doing good things, shining a light on like female nature and the importance of like, putting limits to at least like above average, because that just opens up so many opportunities for you. But since then he's just kind of like, I've just realized it's all just hedonism. Everything that every stream is just like cringe fucking hedonism, just like brain rot for 14-year-olds, and it's all self-serving. Like, he just wants to get rich and famous, and he doesn't give a fuck about other people, doesn't give a fuck about me, doesn't give a fuck about you. No, he doesn't give a fuck about me, because funny story, actually, right before he like blew up, super famous, he hit me up on Instagram and was like, hey man, can you ever go with me? Can you hop on call? Just give me some YouTube advice. And I'm like, oh man, you don't even have to like a go. Just like, let's do a video sometime then. And he's like, yeah, no problem. So I like give a bunch of sauce on YouTube. And then after that, it never replies to me ever. And I get he's busy and all that, so I give him the benefit of the doubt for a while, but like, I look like a fucking Mills X over here, and might as well be sending fucking text out into outer space. I guess that's kind of what my text is. But, I get busy, it's all good, just like say that shit, don't go full ghost me, because to me, a man is nothing but his word. So if you say you're gonna do something, you fucking do it, and that's what I live by. So if you can't, like, give me that respect back, then it's fuck you.
So I just don't know if Greg exactly understands what I'm all about in
better than, like, if you were like at 7 or 8 out of 10 on the list, like any effort put into your looks is just going to be diminishing returns. So you might as well focus on, your status, your speaking skills. Honestly, it's really the best way.
Once you're in the top 10%, let's say, it doesn't make sense to keep working on that all the time without your focus on that, because you're already near the top. Change to something else. Somewhere else where you're...
Honestly, girls don't even want you to be like 9 or 10. And I know you're thinking, right, you're coping. Like, of course, like, the better you look, the better it is for women, right? But, like, no, girls want to be the pretty one. They want to be the beautiful one in a relationship. If you're better looking than her and you're, like, garnering more attention out about the her, she's going to start to, like, despise that shit. So, like, the sweet spot, honestly, I swear to God, is like a 6.5 to like an 8.5. Anything above that is actually working against you. And I've seen this IRL. Like, I'm friends with a lot of men on, and I swear to God, my homies that are like 7.5s to 8s, they fare way better with women than the super attractive ones.
His nose is already in the top 5%. He already had an amazing nose, which is why I said, a lot of people get surgery on amazing nose all the time. His coach went to his admirations of the blood story. It's certainly possible. I thought he had a brain. And you don't want to champion and say you need to ascend and to get titanium implants. You are very attractive. For most people, Cloud looks good. I'm not going to take that away from him. He's easy to talk to.
It's like 7.5. 7.3.
To improve his appearance. Get on a surgery.
It's 7.5.
2%. So why are we focusing on job? He describes it. It is actually more beneficial. The more you close the top 1%, 20%, the more you become. If we attract it, it's almost like an equal. Bad, you're actually dead. For example, he's 6'2" and he's 6'4", and he's 7'4". Yes.
I think the tallest NBA player is like Taco Fall, and he's like 6'7".
You're not a freak. There's such a thing as too much of a good thing, too much muscle. Mr. Olympic champion, 300 pounds. Is that really what you want? And so Platt, he's putting all these things, metaphorically speaking, into one basket. I know he's not Easter. He's putting it all into his books for the things he owns.
Well, I know I heard he's supposedly his social skills now. I know he had his little sober after his OD in the club, which lasted about a week and a half, I'm pretty sure.
He's already there. It makes sense. It would be like Coach Greg spending all the time trying to win more. Guys, that's not enough. I was seeing
Me like me, spending all my time trying to get over 10,000 wish lists.
I'm super healthy. And so what else can I do? Well, I can't touch my toes. If I sweat,
Let's see what it's
that's brilliant. Does that make
It's funny you said that.
Should I spend more of my time trying to make money or doing locals? I already have it. I do not know. And so does it not make more sense for me to do other things? For example, practicing Spanish 5 days a week or more.
Next thing
Exploring the world. Not all the way is higher. If you're already close to the top, should you continue to do that or work on something else? You're already impressed with Victor. Where do you think his greatest reliance? For not seeing his personality, it's flaccid, flatline, boring, monotonous, monotone, pretty perhaps having fun.
Yeah, I can't stand watching him on podcasts. It's just so funny. Like, no personality whatsoever. On his streams, he definitely has the personality, make cracks and jokes and stuff. But you can see him laugh once or twice. It's probably going to be anime thing. That's what it is. Holding him out to knees.
She couldn't train for 7 months. Then we had to stop. She lost muscle. She lost her fitness. Is it worth it? No. You ask me. If you're running a track meet, why would you do more tracking? To be a better, more bruised human being, more balanced, versatile. And in 5 years from now,
He's right.
he's 20. He does not have to make excuses.
What caused you to pass out? Oh wow, so it's just a miscalculation. People watching, had too much to drink, blacked out a little bit.
Okay, yeah, so I went to college. I lived in the like party lifestyle. I've, blacked out more times throughout the vacation for me. It literally takes me 30 shots, 30 drinks to like puke or like black out. So this lab has like the internals of a 12-year-old girl. I don't think that little amount of alcohol that he was seen drinking on the street is the reason he passed out. But hey, maybe he does have the tolerance to the top.
See if we give him a warning. Like you were not responding to saying.
Andrew Janik. Andrew Janik. He's the fucking king of faking shit. He fakes all his fights that he gets in. He fakes the fucking wig snatch. He fakes his bruise. So is it beyond belief that he could get along into platinum fraud, clip farming endeavors? Probably that is, but and it's fake as fuck too. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I didn't see the maybe that doesn't.
You make your baseline personality just this flat, like monotone, Elon Musk type of dude, like personality. It becomes easy to like because like there's no deviation from because you say everything the exact same way, so it becomes impossible for people to decipher what's a lie and what's not because there's no variability.
Is that what alcohol does? Was he swearing on his speech? Finished first. Is that what will cause you to pass out? While you're being prepared, draw a long and start to
Yes. Yeah, technically, but that is like a yeah.
imagine if that was their
I like these guys. They get kind of soft. They don't really
Imagine pressing charges for
That's what I said too. I covered this. You told me to do it. So you gave me permission. And then afterwards, you give me the because you told your bodyguards, hey, grab her. And you detain her for doing what you told her to do. So you falsely imprisoned her. Okay? That's what false imprisonment is when you hold somebody against their will, restricts their freedom. So technically, she could sue your bitch ass. And I hope she did. You're suing somebody that's like a huge legal endeavor. All smoke and mirrors, and you guys are vibing. first born day.
She's in jail. I'm sure she's fine. Perhaps something is happening. Family and friends now. Listen, she's perfectly fine. Millions of people saw this. Perhaps hundreds of times. Perhaps she's mentally helped. She might be back in space. When's the last time you heard of
Endorsement is actually good because endorsement is shame. And shame protects you from inappropriate behavior that could get you outcast from society and get you in trouble. And, like back in, way long ago, if you get outcast, like you're fighting for your sin, you deserve hypocrites because now you don't have, you're removed from the trial, you lose your access to resources and protection and food and whatnot, and you're fucked. And nowadays, you might have those dangers, astroturf society, so you can get away with, all this inappropriate behavior because, it's just, drugged up some food, you brought down a fucking woolly mammoth or antelope or some shit. So we have this huge uprising of gestures and terrible behavior, so I think we gotta hold that shit. Yeah, that's like bragging about how skinny you are, but you're literally cooked at it. You just rip the lines all day. That's a good question. Why use recreational substances vitamin K? Ketamine.
Fucking bullshit.
Gotcha, bitch.
What the fuck?
That's all he cares about. Just a little clock, 50 I think so too. I think so too. I mean, some of the projections are it's just like some like middle-aged pornography. I go for it. Yeah, that's the thing I see. It's like you seem to be very it seems that you hold composure extremely well. It's a holy place. Holy place. He's real meditation. Citizens arrest. I'm in charge of you with assault now. He did citizens arrest. Pretty emotionally flat. Get away with whatever because there's no deviation to lie. Successful on a lot. Consistent. I'm a hacker. He described how it was attacked. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy he was. How was he choosing this? I think he is happy. I think he's capping because it makes him look more like relatable to the fucking chuds who have nothing to do with their life. He says he's unhappy. So that in and of itself, I think, is a play. It's pretty smart. Like, it's like the millionaire. This tells you who is not having this play. It's not about Robert budging the relationship. One of the things that's slightly important about the great sign of intelligence is how can you provide happiness, satisfied, happy, satisfied, so I think it falls on the cloud.
And then when I go back, yeah, I don't think you could say, hey, you teach them it's ongoing. There's no way to tell.
This little like half laugh, like little breathy laugh, like he's about to start laughing, when he knows he's about to drop like the biggest humble brag ever. So we went like a little more forward. It's like enough to like make it sound like he doesn't really care. He's like getting action, you know. But it was a Russian Steelers getting fouled. Yeah. Brett's jawline, 10 times straight, jawline going to prove the master of jaw to achieve the basketball jawline. But yeah, guys, the nuclear saga continues. I'm going to go with the nuclear chronicles started in the creation, right? So the nuclear chronicles continue. It's 3 seasons better. But yeah, guys, so make sure you subscribe to keep up to date. I mean, it's stupid shit, and I'll see you next video. Peace.
Your big piggy needs professional help. Good thing you have Amazon Help AI. Took one look, got you an appointment. Fast. And they call the Amazon's best friend.
So I noticed that someone in Falkenstein is going to build me a server and put it online and I work a few minutes. Okay, that sounds pretty far-fetched, but that's exactly what Expert Business is. And they sponsored us to come all the way here in Germany so they could show me what I would describe as the most professionally DIY facility that I think I have ever seen. Seriously though, this place is incredible. If you can do it yourself, they do it. I'm talking building their own HVAC systems, building their own custom server racks and counters. They even designed their own unique DC buildings, and they're working on a DIY solar deployment that can transition them from already 100% renewable energy to even cleaner renewable energy. And the best part is they give me an unprecedented level of access to just like climb the exhaust structures, explore under the false floor. I even built an actual server on the production floor that would be deployed to one of their customers in just a few minutes if all of this goes on. Falkenstein might sound like a fictional place like Ingolstadt, but I assure you guys it's real and it is absolutely beautiful. But that is not why Hexter decided to build Germany's largest data center. That comes down to a plan to keep their costs, their water consumption, and their energy consumption low. The answer invariably was, well, it's very efficient that way. Take, for instance, the land buildings. Most DCs build up using multi-story structures with complicated heat management systems. Here, land is cheap, so Hetzner instead is building out. And they devised an unusual shed-style roof for their modular buildings that takes advantage of natural convection in order to more efficiently heat. Here, let's go inside so I can show you guys. Under my feet right now is pretty standard data center stuff. A raised floor with chilled air that is forced into the cool aisles and then exhausted through customer systems, keeping the systems cool and the interior of the DC at a consistent 22 degrees Celsius. These filtered HVAC systems use Hetzner's own design to cool the incoming air as needed. So far, so pretty standard. But here's where things get interesting. You can really feel the cooling up here. Rather the heat, the shape of this room allows natural convection to carry the hottest air in the DC all the way up and over here, where it gets exhausted directly outside. I gotta say, it's something that I've never seen before. A DC that is just open to outside air, but apparently they never had issues with getting it because they keep the data center at a positive internal pressure using powerful turbine fans. Now let's head down and take a look at some of the system. See, in most DCs, you will find rows and rows of standard 19-inch racks. Hetzner does offer those for folks who want, say, a virtualized thought super, but the vast majority of what we saw during our visit used Hetzner's own custom bare metal solutions that offer up some key advantages, with the biggest being flexibility and cost. We're going to take a closer look at some of these in a second, but first, Hetzner realized years ago that consumer-grade hardware was getting powerful enough to be used for cloud applications and reliable enough to expect a 7 to 8 year lifespan, or even more. And all of this at a fraction of the cost of enterprise solutions. So, by passing those savings along to their customers, they created a really niche for themselves. Now, their older systems actually used tower cases on standard warehouse shelf units. Over time, they asked themselves, why do we need cases again? And that is how the ES or Easy Stack system was born. Basically, what you're looking at here are modular trays on liquid metal sliders that have a bunch of modular parts that can be bolted onto them depending on the customer's needs. You want a couple of hard drives? Cool. There's a case for that. You want some SSDs? Do that. Oh, wait, you need way more hard drives? Well, they have a dedicated hard drive shelf that will double your rack space consumption, but allows for up to 15 hard drives on a single system. So you can, say for instance, build your own cloud backup. Now, obviously, you don't get the kind of density from this that you might get from one use or from blade storage, but again, here comes the E word. Hetzner found that for their customers, the efficiency of being able to cool their systems with a single standard case fan versus like a bunch of high-powered 40mm screamer fans help really benefit from more density. And covering something with a fan might sound like an insignificant thing, but to give you some idea how obsessive these guys are, they even disabled motherboard RGB because across hundreds of thousands of systems, every single one counts. One of the most striking things about this case is the total mishmash of different gear here. Like, some of it is, I think, kind of entry level. Like, this is just a consumer Ryzen system with this cute little, what they call a reset board to help with the momentum. See, consumer boards don't have IPMI for, network access to the BIOS. So this is a way for customers to hard reset or power down the system without asking a technician to do their job. And then meanwhile, 2 racks under it, we've got an Ampere ARM server, and over here, an Epic server on a proper enterprise board with like high capacity NVMe SSDs. Sometimes you see large blocks in the same system, clearly all linked together, but not that often. That's just due to the nature of Hetzner's business, where they accommodate many smaller customers who might order a single system today, 3 more a month next, and then another 10 a year. That means they need to stay nimble. And their modular approach lets them do just that. If there's ever a problem with your system, every DC has these little workstations kind of sprinkled about where you can speak directly to the technician who can repair your system either using parts that are on hand or just, if it's more challenging issue, Found all the memory from the memory shortage. Actually, it's kind of nice that there's no DDR5 here. This kind of promotes flexibility in networking as well. So to keep up with everything, there's a switch for our software that while many network configurate.
Goon material. It's my next video, guys.
He
Torres went down in the clubhouse trying to find a pair of shoes that would fit him. He found the spikes that were in Jordan's locker. He goes, here, wear these. You gotta wear orange spikes or red spikes for your debut. He borrowed a trainer's belt that he bought for Thursday for Moon Diving Well. None of which is going to be returned. Striking the spike, they're on their way to Superstar. But who knows? Torres, I guess, it was not a Torres here. That's the racing ball hangs outside. It's a good thing Jordan spikes don't Jordan. That's right. Balls and strikes on Torres. Jordan already got off the phone. They were out there and said, hey, you say no. He's wearing his spikes. Oh, okay. I've got inside corner 2 and 3. I already told him. Hey, you can go ahead and keep going. I don't need that. Well, he's got to get it back either way. He has 3 home runs, making a major league history with his big league debut. You don't get it back either. They're now belong to the Hall of Fame. Super talent. He lost 2 strikes on Torres. Lauder turns it loose. The pitch is all the ball inside. It seems to be what's the challenge. Very close. I think it was him.
Quincy it's.
100 people working on set, I can walk out like in a thong. But if it's like you're there with me, I'm like, turn the lights off. I think I'm mindful.
I'll tell you right now, this is that call.
Today I am shooting Let Me Fall in Love with my husband. What he wants me to wear. We do take Let Me Fall in Love to fall in love, but it's floral essences that you put straight in your mouth and it opens up your heart. Hey Mom. Hi guys. I've been missing you. How are you? Sorry. Seeing Domenico and Guy just brings back so many good memories from him designing my wedding dress on me. Surgery. I mean, I've also been friends with Domenico and Guy for 5 years and gone to their home in Portofino every summer. They've always